Welcome. It's Monday night, and we're going to do some racing. Moving my screens around here. So how was everybody's day? It's been a grand total of, I went to sleep, I slept most of the day, honestly. I did some testing on some things here and there, but for the most part, we got a pretty solid stream in last night, and got some good lobby racing in. Smaller lobbies, but some good lobbies, good racing. And yeah, overall, relaxing day for me. How was everybody else? Birthday yesterday. Well, happy belated. How old? How old, Oil Slick? And apparently, you got beat of a blind guy. Ha ha, LOL kisses. Got it. No idea what that means, but sure. 35 years young. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Let's see. What is the state of open lobbies on DMR? 0 lobbies. Sick. Sick dog. Sick dog. Oh, man. Let's see how ranked looks right now. This is my kind of race right here, Group C. That's in 2 hours, though. They really got to tweak the times for these races. Like, I don't want to wait 2 hours to race a specific race, you know? But it is what it is. You guys get any snow past 24 hours? Anything brutal like that? Why did this just switch me over to the MX-5? I don't want to be in the MX-5. Oh, man. I'm in Cali, so no snow. Gotcha. Nope, just -10 as in degrees. I guess I'll create a server, see if anybody shows up while we chit-chat. We're going to start with some LMDHs because I've been kind of low-key, slightly obsessed with these lately. In general. Let's see. Practice on the Nordschleife. What else? Two-lapper. About 5 to 6 inches of snow in Detroit. Yeah, my mother was sending me some pictures of her place in New England. They got like, I want to say like 15 inches or something like that. We got an 1/8 inch of ice, and it was gone by this afternoon. Let's do some GT1s in there. No, I didn't want eggs without saving. God damn it. Ugh. Group C. GT1. Damage off. Confirm. Do a hot winter race. AJ, I'm not playing this game because I'm determined for any kind of thing. I'm just playing what I want to play. That's really where I'm at. If I'm the only person playing it, or me and one other person, and we can race, I'm good. That's the beauty of video games. You don't have to do what the mob says. You can do whatever you want. Sounds like I'm making some stir with some other streamers. I'm not doing anything. I'm just minding my own business right now. Staying out of that nonsense. But, so yeah, as the title of the video is stated, what makes sim racing realistic? Waiting for a few people to get in here, just kind of, that way we have our conversations. Which is getting too... I mean, I fully understand it. Like, here's the thing, though. I come from the video game era where there was no online racing. Or, I shouldn't say online racing. Online, period. So you had to have friends come over and play games with you. So I look at it like, if I have one other friend that has a game, and we can play each other, we have a game to play, you know? So I look at it like this. Like I've said many times, AMS2, Race Room, and PMR are my favorite fun simulators. Whether they're super accurate or not, I couldn't care less. They're what I have the most fun in. So, Race Room and AMS2, while they're promises of future updates and developments and stuff like that, for the most part, what you see is what you get. You know, you might get an update in 6 months from now that is significant, that might add, say, a career mode or something of worth it. But for the most part, there's nothing on the horizon for those games. Whereas this point, with this game, while it has been, in my opinion, steadily declining, I do believe there's a turning point somewhere. And I think a lot of people are curious to see what does happen. I don't think... that's a lie. I'm sure there are people out there that want this game to absolutely tank and flop because they carry grudges for no reason. But... I think most people want to see where the game goes and how it plays out, you know? And if it doesn't go anywhere, then it doesn't go anywhere. That's really the end of it, you know? It's a video game at the end of the day. How many video games have come and gone throughout... I've been playing video games for... better part of 35 years. And there are games that I fire up that people don't know exist because they're so old. If it's in the bank and I can pull it out and use it whenever I want, that's a keeper for me, you know. But yeah. Let's see. Got it downloaded as well. Yep. Guys are freezing, and today here in Melbourne, it's 45 degrees Celsius, 110 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's a hot one. What's the hottest it typically gets out there, Alfie? Yeah, Oil Slick, if you guys could find a way to switch that up to Wednesdays, I can get on early on Wednesday evenings, but I can't on Tuesdays. I have to wait till 11 this time. About 45. Watching the Aussie Open right now and seeing summer weather down here. Because, like, yeah, what you're going to see with this game is the next patch comes out and there's going to be a big influx of players coming back to the game to try it out, see what the patch fixed. The biggest thing is obviously the interconnect. If they fix that, then I don't think once with any kind of momentum it gains, I don't think it's ultimately going to lose it. At least not in the spades that it does. Because right now people come back and then they see that the same problems that are game breaking for them, which is mostly the internet experience, tends to push people right back out of it and go play something else. You know, if I had to guess right now, Oil Slick, you're going to see one larger patch a month. That would be my guess. I would say maybe by the end of next week you'll see a patch. I don't know, but I wouldn't expect a weekly or an every other week patch. I do think there needs to be some priority on fixing the game-breaking interconnect, which I've said endless amounts of times. I agree, Cruzo. Like, that's the game-breaking stuff is what you know. Because let's face it, we all like playing it when it works. People wouldn't torture themselves playing this game, punishing themselves, dealing with crashes, if there wasn't something here that people liked, you know? But I don't really necessarily think there's as much of a rush as... Now, this is going to be more of a hot take, but I don't think this is nearly as much of a rush as people think for getting the game to that state. Because, let's just say, hypothetically, this game falls to the back burner. And people just stop playing it altogether. And then 6 months from now, there is a massive game-changing update that all of a sudden makes this game everything everybody wanted it to play. Or wanted it to be on day one. Do you think people are going to go, no, I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to let all my friends have fun playing that. I'm going to be stubborn and be over here and say no. Or do you think they're just going to play it because it's good? That's a hypothetical that point comes. But the point is that what do you think people are going to do? They're going to play the game. So, you know, that's just the way it is. You know, and yes, console players are keeping the game alive for them right now. PC players aren't really playing it. I'm more of a PC player myself, and that's all I ever do anything on. But, like, I don't need... Yeah, I haven't seen any more than me in the lobby right now. Admittedly, I don't know what's going on with the lobbies right now. Are they actually actively working? That was me right there. GT4s. Man, why you gotta make up a GT4? Maybe people don't want to do the Nordschleife. Let's see if there's anybody who wants to do the easy tracks. Let's start with Donington. Bump it up to 5 laps. Here's the problem with lots of what you would consider to be what's realistic. There is one element that's missing from sim racing that cannot be duplicated. No immersion can do it. And it will always make sim racing lesser to racing. I'm curious what you guys think it is that I'm referring to when I say there is one missing element from sim racing that's there in real racing. What do you guys think it is that I'm referring to? You're on the right path. There it is. That's what I was looking for, Oil Slick, the second one. Fear. no matter how you can do G-forces. You can't really do sustained G-forces, but G-forces can be. I've seen some sims where they can really throw you around and really demonstrate real G's. But at the end of the day, you're not scared of that stuff. I can tell you that in, like, let's say mile-long racing, straight line stuff that I've done, when I'm crossing this the finish line at 230 miles an hour over the course of a mile-long stretch, from 200 to 230, there is a lot running through your mind. And most of it's bad. The older you get, the more apparent that becomes to you. That's a big part of why I stopped doing that. You start thinking about all of the things that can go wrong at those speeds, especially on two wheels, which is what I was doing. I am on a small piece of machinery that weighs 350 pounds doing 230 miles an hour. And the time it takes to go from 200 to 230 miles, the longer sustained time it takes to get to a certain speed, the more you think about it. Exactly. Hope all the bolts are tight. Hopefully, there's not an armadillo in the road, you know? Because you're not going to be able to do anything in time. It's going to be over before it starts, you know? So, how do you accurately represent fear into a sim? What prevents you from just being brave and fast as hell? Well, I can tell you one way to do it. Difficulty. I've said this many times before, but I do genuinely believe a lot of why iRacing pushes the tire model they do is it's by design to prevent you from pushing and just racing to the limit because it's so punishing. It's to try and duplicate that dopamine of fear where I don't want to push and ruin all my stats. So I'm going to play it safe. Because that, and the reality is of in real racing, I guarantee you every single person in chat here, no matter what race car they get in on what track, they are going to get in it, and they are never going to get anywhere near the limits of tires. They're going to underdrive those cars. They're going to go so slow. They're not even going to warm the tires up. They're underdriving it so much because they're scared of truly what the cars are capable of doing. So, you know. And I will bump this lobby. I'm just trying to get a couple guys in here. Get the ball rolling, you know. And the cost to fix it, all that stuff. I guess I'll bump the lobby. Why not? We got 4 people. We got 3 people. Slow night. That's fine. We had a good night last night. So, from Wednesday to Wednesday, I will be streaming Rennsport, by the way. Signed on to an obligation for that. So, I'm going to be doing the taking part in Rennsport's Creator Series, which is basically where they offer creators, I'm putting that in quotes, the opportunity to have their own series that runs week long. So I'll be basically streaming and racing, and it is ranked. Read the update on PMR, it was okay, but not like game changing. Well, there's never gonna be. Here's the thing, that whole game changing update thing is a meme. No update's ever gonna be game changing. Unless one patch finds a way to fix a massive fundamental flaw that's been breaking the game. That you could argue would be game-changing, but no one patch is going to, like, revolutionize the game. It's a very slow process. Like, we need a good amount of patches to come through to get this game to a state where, you know, it's solid. Alfie, I missed that comment. Not racing with you guys today. Just had my EVO Pro delivered today and the P1000 pedals tomorrow, so rig is in pieces. Not a problem, sir. Hope you enjoy it. I can't wait for the Zeus wheel still. Like, this FX Pro is old as an oldie, and I'm enjoying it, so I am for sure looking forward to the Zeus wheel. Honestly, they could have charged exactly what they charged, in my opinion, and just said it was early access. Also, I got a pretty good setup on this car right now. Works really good in the low mile-an-hour tracks. Monza, Daytona, Spa. Doesn't quite have the get up and at 'em straight line power. But she turns pretty damn good. Keep forgetting to lower my line pressure on the brakes. Just like goes over my head so much. Like, I barely touched the brakes right there. Where can you get good setups for this game? I highly recommend figuring it out yourself, honestly. Oh, shit. That's on me. Nobody else to blame but me. But, I've tried some LMDH setups out there. Zero improvement over the default cars, and the default cars are pretty bad. I just play with it myself, figure out what each thing does. That's the only way, that's the best way to do it. Change one setting at a time and see what it actually changes on the car. You know? So let me ask you this question. I am curious. And I can't really necessarily read the responses until the race is over, but do you guys prefer Sims to be harder or easier? And by easier, I don't mean like it's not, like in terms of like realistic. Because like, all right, for me, I know for a fact that I'm going to get in one of these cars and underdrive it. I know that. I'm not even going to lie to myself. My ego's not that big. I'm too old for that. So when I get in a car in a game and I feel like I can't do anything without breaking grip, my immersion actually gets broken. I'm like, this feels like forced difficulty to the point where like, I feel like you're lying to me. You're telling me this is real and trusting me that I just don't know. I don't know the answer to what this car drives like. I don't know what an LMDH drives like. So would you prefer a sim to be super hard or more on the easier side? Because I can tell you this, it doesn't matter for as far as competition goes. It truly doesn't. The skill gap's going to be there no matter what. We'll try a lap with the ABS on 1 just to see how much the car improves without worrying about having a Fugazi brake pedal right now. And by that I mean on a scale of like Rennsport being the easiest, iRacing being the hardest, where do you want the difficulty of your sim to sort of be? Like, what would feel realistic to you? $122.2, right off the rip. That was an ass turn. Because here's a big part of like what annoys me with a lot of sim racing. And I know, and I really think a lot of it stems from the lack of fear. Like, that's where the immersion is truly broken, and where they try and program it into a game through difficulty. I am like, I don't know this for a fact, but I am relatively confident that this is a lot of how sort of the business model of sim racing sort of is. Oh boy, that's terrible. Oh, yeah, we lost it. Alright, we're gonna get there. Maybe. I will say that's definitely like a bug with these cars, I'm convinced. Is that they don't work well off of battery. They just don't seem to get going. Or the battery doesn't work at all on the start. And that's why they just don't get moving. But has anybody ever driven an MX-5? Like a pretty well set up MX-5. No, very, very low horsepower, good tires, good suspension, little like autocross car or something like that. Car built for autocross. Doesn't make power, quick snaps, quick on-off throttle, abuse it. Has anybody ever driven anything like that? What are they, okay, so you have. What are they really hard to do? Crash. They're go-karts. If set up right, and they're on real tires, they are go-karts. So when a sim tells me that those cars want to crash, I already know you're lying to me. So if you're lying to me with a slow car, what are you doing with a fast car? All right, let me read some of these comments here now. Let's see. Here's the thing, though, about the price, Kai, is that the price doesn't matter if you say what the game is. It truly doesn't matter. You are no longer accountable for how people spend their money. If you say that your game is in early access and you charge $60 for it, if people buy it and it has problems, that's their own poor decision making. They immediately lose their right to complain about the money they spent because they were told what it was. However, that's where they went wrong with this. They said it was a complete game, and it clearly wasn't. It was clearly early access. So that's the whatever that you can stand on. But as far as if this game was said to be early access and then they still charge $60 for it and you bought it, that is on you. Assess how you spend your money. Now, it could be settings, but in all honesty, I could not push the Porsche GT3 on the first corner of Nordschleife at all on the PMR today, which is weird. The Porsche has definitely got, I assume it was oversteering, and lift-off oversteering would be my guess, because that's what that car is notoriously, like, ridiculously hard to drive around, in the game anyway. Now, I've driven real street car variants of Porsches, not race cars, obviously. And I can tell you about Porsches is that they, in real life, they do thrive being under load. You never want to fully lift off on throttle through a turn. That's when they get real loose and become problematic in the back. I mean, Paul Walker, case in point. And it's just built into all their cars. So it's kind of fundamentally understood that if you race a Porsche in real life, you never really ever fully come off the throttle. You always keep the rear end loaded up. And you just kind of have to learn how to drive a Porsche, you know? And they are very sketch. Very sketch. Even at low speeds, when you just roll off throttle, they are so planted under throttle. Like, it's incredible what a Porsche can do under throttle or under any kind of load. But the second you pull it out of load, all hell can break loose in that chassis. I'm 3 seconds faster in PMR than LMU on same car track. What car, AJ? Because I can tell you that in these LMDHs, I am faster in LMU, and I don't play LMU. Cruz, I would agree that sentiment that creating your own setups is the best way. Xbox One Kenobi posted setups for various cars that I think can be used as a very good startup. Yep, I haven't used any of them. I did try some other LMDH setups, and I just couldn't get them to go around tracks. And then what I found is the issue is solely relying in the tires, the pressures. LMU or iRacing with slightly more grip would be best for me. Gotcha. Okay. I would say LMU with slightly more grip. I would say iRacing with a lot more grip, but that's just me. Like, I think the only car that I truly believe its grip levels in iRacing is the GR86. For me, like, I would do the same thing in the sim as I did in real life. Rev match on all downshift, blah, blah. 9% of the people starting in iRacing for the first time won't do that. Yup. Literally drive flat out in iRacing on colds, which confuses me. Yeah. Yeah. There's a thing about it is, and I've also seen the back pedal too of like, oh, the MX-5 in iRacing is on street tires. That's why it doesn't have the grip. Have any of you guys looked at the MX-5 in your replay when it's sitting in the pits? It's on slicks. It's genuinely on slicks. So what's our disconnect here? Is it just because the graphics are so bad and they couldn't edit in tread pattern? Or is it actually on a slick and your excuse is not really an excuse? It's just iRacing. Plague Doctor, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Welcome everybody to the chat. Everybody to the game. Everybody to the stream. All sunshine, rainbows, and positivity tonight, boys. And girls. But it's unlikely. Someone's not getting in. Also, if you're new to the channel, thumbs up. Or thumbs down, I suppose. You can hate thumbs down me, it's fine. I accept it. Alright, vehicular setup here. Let's bump the tire pressure up and down. So we reset our tire pressures to where they should be. If you don't know about that, you should. That's all I'm saying. When do I stream? So my pretty much outside of this week's a little changey. This week and next week because I'm doing a special with Rensport. But typically I stream twice a day, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I do every 12 hours. So 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is my daytime stream, where I try and do more of a comparison or educational style stream. And I don't mean like education, like I'm teaching you things, but maybe I'm teaching some people things. I'm also teaching my own things. I'm learning things. Like I did an LMDH test last week where I compared all the LMDHs across all the sims. And outside of iRacing, PMR was the hardest one to drive. LMU was surprisingly easy by comparison. But that's just because these need work in this game. Uh-oh. Oh, what happened there? And then I also do an 11 p.m. stream, which is what you're seeing right now. Where I focus on just sort of open lobby multiplayer, primarily in either this, Race Room, or AMS2. Very rarely will I do it in iRacing, simply because iRacing requires you to spend money, but I do have money in the piggy bank for iRacing. I just prefer to not waste it unless I got a solid group of people going in there and doing it, and they all really want to do that. And the reality is, no one really ever wants to do that. And I don't blame them. Ooh, what am I doing here? Get it together, brother. If I had to guess, he's going to pull away right here. Because, low tire pressures. Oh! Good brakes. Good brakes right there. And that, my friends, is where the tires come in. So if you don't lower your tire pressure to basically minimum in this car, which is what you have to do, he just got some lift-off oversteer right there, and it crashed him. That happens. These cars are ridiculous with it. The only way I've found to avoid that is to lower the tire pressure to minimum. The downside is you lose a lot of straight-line power, which is why I said he's going to come around me right there. He did, and then when we got to the little swishy-swashies, he put it in the wall. That's just the LMDHs. That's why I've been spending a lot of time with them lately, to try and give the devs some feedback on sort of what the problems are by comparison to the other sims. When I go faster in iRacing, and I don't play iRacing... Whoa, I just did it right there myself, see? I downshifted. I can't... Of course, we're going to turn me the wrong direction. I'm never going the right direction. Like, look at this, I can't even get off the fucking wall. Getting back into a race is basically the end of the race. Alright. See if I can do anything with it. Downshifting is the biggest thing that kills these cars. They shock the rear tires way too hard. Now he's going to drive away from me in this straight right here, and there's nothing I can do about it. Low tire pressure problems right here. I'll be in his slipstream and they'll pull away. Alright, let's see if I can do anything with these next couple turns here. Still got 3 laps. Got to be careful of going into second gear, though, right here. Nice job, boys. Nice job. Risque right there. Oh, blew that. Yeah, it's gonna be, if they keep making clean passes like that, it's gonna be hard to do anything with it, because they are gonna put time on me in the straights. I don't know if that... Nah, I guess it was a little faster to go through that in third, but... I think Everburn here's got a little too much for me. I disagree with that track limit. And I disagree with the warning. Whoa! Almost had it. All right. To the pit I go. Let's watch the finish. Yeah, I can't wait till these cars are cleaned up. They're a lot of fun, but they're rough to keep that oversteer out of them. See, I'm a big engine breaker through downshifting. It's kind of like how I drive, and I know that sometimes I just got to learn to drive differently. But man, sometimes in my head I'm just like, yeah, I don't believe what I'm being told, you know? And I could be wrong, but like I said, I'm faster in LMU in these cars, and I don't play LMU. So, to me that tells me that either A, LMU is too easy and these cars are super hard, or maybe these cars are just, they need work. Which, they need work. That part's true. Use a little, I'm gonna take a pit stop. Alrighty, what do we think? Nordschleife next? I hate to be the guy to remind people, but if you were watching and you want to toss me a like, I won't say no. Go get him, Munch. Go get him. Understanding the sense of speed is different in every game. Yes, correct. I think the biggest... I don't want to say lie, but I think the biggest misconception in a lot of racing in general is how much cars actually have for grip. I think people think that they all have less grip, or the grip levels are accurate. I am a firm believer that based off my experiences, the cars have more grip than we're being told they do. Like, GT3 cars, I'm sorry, those cars should be on rails. Like, absolute ballistic missile rails. And by ballistic missile, I don't mean like straight line horsepower, because let's face it, they don't have a lot of horsepower. But they're algorithms on wheels, they rely on electronics, they got grip out the ass. They have suspension setups out the ass. They're full-blown race cars built out of an OEM chassis. Everything about them says they should kick ass. Everburn, nice lap time, sir. Cook my goose right there. Yeah, see, I'm running low tire pressure to try and get around some of the oversteer issues, which it does absolutely help. But it just, I'm talking, it pulls like 15 miles an hour out of the straights. Let's do a one-lap sprinter. Anybody wants to get in, open lobby. Just saying. Yeah, I think these cars will feel pretty good soon, in my opinion. I'm going to do a cardinal sin of something I never do. I'm going to go on Steam and see how many people are playing on Steam. What are we thinking? Less than 20 on PC? Or more than 20? What do we think right now? Mind you, just so you know, this number means literally nothing to me. I don't judge games I'm going to play based off of... pretty damn close, AJ. Pretty damn close. Yeah, for me, it's one of those things where if I cared about numbers like that, I will never cater to the mob. You know? I'm going to do what I want to do at the end of the day. If I'm the if I'm the last person left playing the game that I enjoy playing, well, then that's what I am. All right. Vehicle setup. Tire and chassis, bump, 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 bump. Yeah, we got max rear downforce. lowest tire pressure. And the only reason we run it on mediums is because we need the tires to last. Let's take ABS off for this race, make it honest. And the thing about this game, too, that paints a different picture, too, is... viewership. So, viewership tells me is a different metric than player base. If nobody really cared at all about the game, nobody would watch people play it, or talk about it, or anything about it. Multitasking over here. Oh, whoa, almost screwed the pooch right there. Don't downshift. Yeah, the AI is going to be one of those things that's just never perfect. There are games that have been around a lot longer that have equivalent AI or worse. It's just the nature of AI, man. It's so hard to get it right. Because everybody has a different opinion on what it should be. I don't know what it should be like. My lag wrecked... What? Well, for what it's worth, it's technically my server, so I'm not actually the one lagging. But, sorry for the circumstance, sir. Yeah, because this is technically my lobby, so I actually have the best connection to this lobby. Because it's coming from me, so... I know we did, I'm just saying. Still the same conversation, though. I have a certain recommendation for it, but it's probably too complex to get right. And that is, you take the AI in your game should scale based off of the fastest lap times in, say, time trials. So the top 10 fastest guys, whatever that time trial is of the top 10, should be what 100% AI is. The 10 best people in the world should determine the AI at 100% strength. But that, I would imagine, is not the easiest thing to implement. But that's if you want to get the most honest AI to the player base of the game. A time trial ranking system. And that's what the AI typically likes to run. I personally don't know how slow they are, because unless I'm on the Nordschleife, there's not many tracks that I could actively just beat the AI. But that's me. I'm also a very average player. This is the only track that I kind of have somewhat of an understanding of. Hence the lap time so far. Whoop. The 2 videos I have uploaded on YouTube are 1505, 75% and 100%. GT3 cars. I wonder if people just backed out, if they got wrecked and just ended it, or are they still racing? Hard to tell. I guess I'll spectate when I get to the finish line. Alright, where are they at? See, this is where this is definitely not right too. Like, I'm just stuck here. You're in Indiana. I'm in North Carolina. So yeah, expanding on the title here. What level of difficulty in driving? Let's say you're driving by yourself. You're not racing anybody. You're not racing AI. You're driving the car yourself. What do we think would make the game or the driving experience in any sim the most realistic experience? Since, let's face it, none of us know, especially what an LMDH car drives like. Period. Period. So it's all speculation. How difficult do we think it should be? This kills me that I can't watch them race. I'm just stuck in this menu switch screen. I hit escape, can't do anything. Right now, for me to leave this game, they either all have to finish or lag out or quit or whatever, or I have to force close the game. But they have a lot going on in the background with this game from an update standpoint. There's a lot of big changes coming to it. I hope the big changes help stability-related problems. But I do know that there are some big changes coming. So, hopefully, things work out. And if they don't, they don't. That's the gamble we all sort of have with video games, right? Or anything. Yeah, I saw the big wreck. The guy behind me, anyway. And then I never saw anybody after that. We can run it back if you guys want to do that one again, or you want to switch tracks. I don't care. It's my favorite track. I'll do Nordschleife until I'm blue in the face. Well, I think a lot of it is just that it's not necessarily console or PC problems. I just think that they have to do so many things at once. You know, this bottom line is it should have been either a console or a PC only release first. And then switched up on after that, you know. Press space, then leave weekend. All right, I'll give that a shot next time. See if that allows me to do anything. Let's see. What's All right, we'll do Zolder, but we're going to turn off penalties because Zolder and penalties can be a bit rough. But to make it honest, we'll turn on damage. Yeah, ACC on console, unfortunately, is not PC. Like, PC ACC. PC ACC. Ooh, a lot of acronym there. Yeah, it's definitely, like, more of a dumbed-down version, which is what makes me think is going to happen with LMU because of the state of crossplay. If the reason why, like, one red flag that the game you have on console is not the same game that you have on PC is because it is not PC to console crossplay. It is only console to console. So Xbox to PS5. Whereas if LMU does the same thing, where it's not PC to console crossplay, you really aren't playing the same game. Like this game, while it has clearly problems, it is crossplay between PC and PS5 or Xbox, which tells you you're playing the same game. Now they might have different bugs on different systems, that's just the nature of it, but your core game is the exact same game. They should, bottom line is, Plague Doctor, they should have just called it early access. There's just no real way around saying that. It should have been called early access. They still could have charged what they wanted, because at the end of the day, I would have still bought it, calling it early access, you know, but the honesty would have gone a lot better for the refund situation. A lot less people would have refunded it with it being called early access. Because the thing is that I've sort of like mentally gotten over and completely accepted that this game is early access. This is not a full release game. No duh. But there are a lot of people that are sort of holding on to the way it was advertised, and they're really, like, pitchforking that situation. And I'm just, like, kind of over it. Sort of like my driving abilities. I'm stuck here. They gotta fix this, man. It really makes getting the LMDHs going again real painful. I'm gonna have to bring that up to him. I don't think I have yet. Whoop, whoop! Oof, that was risque. Trying to avoid the contact. It's tight. It's a tight track for LMDHs, especially when they're all grouped up. I also suck at Zolder. Well, I followed your line. Followed your line, Trapper. You screwed me. Oh, whoa. Oh, what is happening here? What? I don't even know what just happened. Have I played? Yes, I have Forza Motorsport. I think we'll go GT3 next. We'll get into the easy cars, which ultimately means I'm really going to be bad. Son of a... Alright, I'm mentally retiring from LMDHs tonight. Let's get to spectate and let's watch the fast guys go fast. I just don't have the patience for the problems right now in them. I cannot stand the downshift liftoff oversteer problems of those cars. Oh, they're rough. But that's okay. That's okay. There's plenty of good cars to drive. Actually, you know what? I might get into a GTO now. I hear you puffing stuff. I hear you. It's stressful. I get it. I totally get it. So I have all of them. Caddy, I don't know what I'm just gonna call you Cat. And in my opinion, LMU is only good if you like competitive endurance racing. It's very limited on content, but it has a very, very, very good competitive ranked system. But you have to be into endurance racing. If you're not into endurance racing, if you're in a sprint, like me, I like sprint racing. Hence all my races are 5-lap fast, boom, bang, boom. Get in the race, push as hard as you can, get to the finish line as fast as possible. That's the kind of racing I've always liked. Which means, as much as I enjoy the driving in LMU, I don't enjoy LMU, so I don't play it. AMS2 is the absolute content king. There is no racing game on all of the racing games that has as much track and car content as LMU. As AMS2. It's insane how much they have. Now you could maybe make the argument for the original OG Assetto Corsa, but only through modding. The modding fan base for that game is gigantic. But what hurts me the most with AMS2 is the driving mechanics. You can get over the slidey physics of AMS2, but they have no intention of changing them. And if you don't enjoy that, it's kind of going to pull you out of AMS2. You know, I like AMS. Like right now, I started with another game. I would not be able to switch over to AMS2. I have to start with AMS2 and then switch over to another sim. It's too hard to adjust to the slide physics. PMR has a very, very, very... There is a reason why there's a lot of people still paying attention to it A lot of people giving it attention, even if it's negative attention, because let's face it, guys. This is the honest truth of life. If you're talking shit about something, you actually care about it. It's reserving space in your mind. Free real estate. You're thinking about it. Which means it either disappointed you and it really scorned you, and you're maybe still waiting for a revival. But I can tell you that I hear you, Trapper. I hear you. I hear you. It is stressful. I get it. There is something here that presents a level of uniqueness. There's a reason why I play it so much. I really, really like Race Room. I really, really like AMS2. They are... All three of these games have lots of content when it comes to car versus track. But there is something about PMR that brings me back to it instead of just abandoning it and wait, like, because there are a lot of people that are just like, and I recommend, again, if this game is pissing you off, stop playing it. Play something else. Your blood should not... Now, you can get your typical competitive emotion where the competition is, you know, stressing you out or making you want to do better. But I mean, like, when the game fundamentally has problems and that's actually making you angry outside of when you're not playing the game, that's when you truly need to take a break and you need to figure out something else to play. If it's go back to play what you were playing before or whatever it is, and then wait. You know, just chill out. It's a video game. It sucks. I get it. It's got problems. But try and relax and move on and just wait. And just wait. You know? But that being said, though, Race Room and AMS2, more content, way more polished. Yet, I still want to play this game. If this game offered me nothing over AMS2 and Race Room, I would not play it. There would be no reason to play this game. But there's something here between its driving, that makes me get over the bugs. You know? And I'm, for sure, out of the honeymooners period. Yep. I get it, Ace. I get it. Would you say, Matthew, when you say this game is a change from Forza, all right, so let me see, just click here. Click space. So that allows me to go to save replay, but it doesn't really do anything. If I click menu switch, I get view profile. But need a Bambi on Ice livery for those? Yeah, well, I can say they're working on them. I know that's such a... Ooh, this one says 007. I like that. We're here with this, guys. We're going to switch up cars to something a little more forgiving. We'll jump into some GT3s for now. Kind of a reset everybody's brain. And we'll do some Daytona. Daytona's always a solid, you know, flex on them track. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, Plague Doctor, and that's a shining example to me of need to take a break. If it's really... Now, maybe it's all an act. That's always possible, too. Maybe, because, like, for example, a reference to the act is, like, say, a Dr. Disrespect. And I recommend doing that, too. I do it from time to time as well. I will lean heavy into the emotional stuff on stream for the sake of it being therapeutic. You know? But if any time I ever seem like I'm pissed off during the game, I can assure you, yeah, let's do this. Two GTs. GT, GT1, LMDH, and GT3. But, like I said, maybe it's an act. Maybe it's there to just, like Dr. Disrespect, his character, when he gets angry, he leans into it. And it works. But if you're taking it outside of the stream, well, then it's no longer an act. Now it's actually affecting you. So I will always be on the side of people need to relax and chill out, you know? Also, some kick-ass viewership right now, guys. I appreciate you all being here. I really do. If you like listening to me ramble about nonsense and give my opinion on random shit, toss me a like. And maybe even a sub. Maybe even a sub. Or don't. That's fine, too. Nobody's obligated to do a damn thing. Good Seabird. Oh, I was going to ask you something, Matthew. That's right. I forgot what it was. Oh, when you say it's you enjoy Forza a lot and coming in this game is a big change, would you say it's a big change in a positive or a negative direction? Like, do you like Forza's driving? I will say this. I genuinely like Forza on a pad. I first played Forza Motorsport 8 on gamepad, and I'm like, wow, this is actually going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be my next big grind, and I can play it on PC because I had been playing Gran Turismo 7 and just burned it out. And like, maybe I'll jump into Forza. And then as soon as I tried Forza on a wheel, I was like, oh no, this is not it. You know? He's made some brutal comments about He Who Shall Remain Nameless. Yeah, I've seen it. It's whatever. I don't know either of them from a hole in the wall, so it's just whatever. Can't watch someone who is not a genuine person. I'm a relaxed and chill guy myself. I mean, I agree. I mean, there's definitely the character stuff, which I'm all for, but it's like, for example, the Dr. Disrespect. I keep referencing that because that's the one that comes to mind when I think of a person who is streaming but created a character around the stream. But, you know, I forgot where my brain was going with that. Being old sucks. Let's go mediums. Let's just drive the balls out of the stock car. Let's do this quick. We're on Daytona, so let's pop a little bit of downforce out of it. Not a lot, just a little bit. Yeah, AJ, unfortunately, I think some of it has to do probably with the past couple days of random drama. So, one thing I've learned in life is that people will watch to see you say something. And it's just not going to happen tonight. Sorry, fellas. This car feels like a stove right now. I think it's because I got out of the LMDH car. Like, this thing just feels like I'm going nowhere right now. But, like, so here's the thing, right? When I stream this game, I get over 100 concurrents. When I stream any other game, I don't get anywhere near that. Why is that? Maybe because people are waiting to see what happens with the game. Oh, let me get out of this guy's way here. There you go, take the pass, take the pass. There you go. Game crash, Titan. Yep, they gotta fix it. That's the #1 thing. It is the complete and utter momentum killer of this game, is the crashes that happen in multiplayer lobbies. I'm one of the lucky ones that does not have actual crashes when playing, like, single player. The game just doesn't crash. I think a lot of it has to do with NVIDIA versus AMD GPUs. That is just what my experience in PC gaming tells me. I will say, though, this. I'll be very curious Wednesday night. So, I'm obviously going to be doing Rensport for my weekly streams. For the next week, every day I'm going to be streaming Rensport. So if you guys are welcome to join, by the way. It's a whole thing. But nighttime, I will be doing my typical open lobby streams to change it up. So tomorrow, hopefully all goes well, I will be back on fiber. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I haven't had fiber in 4 years now, or 3 years. So I went from having 1,000 up to 35 up as the best I could get in farmland right now. So hopefully as of tomorrow, I'll be back to having 1,000 up, which is technically only going to strengthen my server stability on my end. Because remember, I'm the host right now. Now, mind you, I have a really good router, and I have a good setup here. So even though I'm only using 35 up, it's still pretty stable, pretty solid. But let's hope AT&T's got something for me, because I really want to bump my stream quality up from 20,000 bitrate to 100,000 bitrate. That would be nice. Yeah, because of my 35 megs up, 20 of them go to the stream. Cat, I very much disagree with the biggest problem being slow AI. 100% disagree with that. Nobody is on the internet right now in lobbies complaining about the AI being... You're actually one of the first people I've seen complain about how slow the AI is. Not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying the majority vote is not the AI being slow. The majority vote is game crashes and the online experience being unstable. That is the #1 thing that needs to get fixed. And not to mention, too, you can change how fast the AI is inside of a half hour from a coding standpoint. That is not a complex change. The interconnect, they're struggling to figure out. Jesus. I cannot get going right now. Jesus. Sorry for slowing you down there, Ace. I don't know what's going on. I just could not get the car moving. Just go by. Oh, never mind. You, it looks like you lost it. I don't know what happened there. Hopefully I didn't cause that from being too slow. I just cannot get the car to accelerate. Drop some TC, see if that... I don't think that's holding me back. I genuinely think we just have a rear grip issue. I don't know what you're getting mad about, Kat. There's no reason to get frustrated. I'm simply saying that your opinion is the minority right now. I hear constant what people don't want and people want fixed in the game. And I can assure you the AI being too slow is the minority complaint. No reason to get upset about that. No reason to call me a know-it-all. I deal with a lot of people when it comes to this game, and a lot of complaints come my way. You're the only one so far that's brought up slow AI. Up, 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 up. I have to wonder if pulling that downforce out was a mistake. Because we are losing a lot of extra grip in some of these turns. Mainly in the rear, though, not the front. Like, I'm just sitting on the TC, even at 3. Lower it more. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to lower it until I don't... All of a sudden, I can't... I just spin out. GG's, boys. GG's. Not bad. Not bad. Not too bad. Eagles Modding. I've never had a single player crash and I have an AMD card. The crashes I've had 100% my own fault, with the cause being me modifying game files. You're just honestly, I mean, I'm not saying that you have to be having crash issues. I'm just saying the best way I can explain AMD versus NVIDIA graphics cards in PC gaming in general is an AMD graphics card is standard old glass. An NVIDIA graphics card is tempered glass, and you have to walk out onto them. The more stable the game is, the lighter the person is walking out on there. So which one is gonna, if you have, let's just say you have an unstable game, you have a heavier guy or girl or person or whatever going out on the glass. The AMD is gonna crash sooner. Still primarily the game's fault, but AMD cards tend to be on the less stable side compared to NVIDIA cards. And that has unfortunately been the way graphics cards have been, I couldn't even tell you how long. A while now. The entire time I've been building computers. I might switch up. I don't want to get in my GT1. Drive my CLK. Yeah, puffin stuff. You saying that Esperante, I'm going to switch up. You look like someone who works at a supplement store near me. It's called a Vitamin Shop. Yeah, I know a Vitamin Shop. Sounds like you're saying I look healthy. So I'll take that as a compliment. I've never heard slow AI until Kat said it. Blew my mind. Let's see. Titan says, is this the first game to have full cross-platform PC? First racing game? Well, like what? Definitely not the first game. And then obviously things like, what is it? F125 and any like AAA titles crossplay. As far as like because I consider all of the Sims, they're indie games. That's what they are. They're indie games. This and Rensport, I think, are the first full crossplay ones that I can think of that are not AAA, you know, big budget EA, Ubisoft type games. Munch, yeah, we'll next race we'll switch back over to Daytona for you. Take fastest lap in the Aston. Yes, sir, you did. But you know what they say about the fastest lap? Here's your participation trophy. Just kidding. Was actually the first cross-platform game. It was on. Well, that's what I'm saying. Asking about what the prerequisite is for that, like racing game, you know. Hop on Rensport. Good to hear it. Well, it's not gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be Wednesday. Wait, I guess that's technically tomorrow. Because it's technically now Tuesday. Let's try this car out at. This might be a total. Oh wow, we can go real low. Holy mother. Okay, let's not do that. Do this. Sounds good, Matthew. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Car X Street. I guess Car X Street's crossplay? Interesting. I've never played Car X, so I'm not going to lie. I've played all the other ones. I have all the other ones. Except for Grid Legends. I don't have Grid Legends. I've just played it. This is definitely a round wheel car, but I'm going to go stick to the formula. You're in the UK and it's 5:30 a.m. All right, boys, let's get it. Well, how much I can see through this windshield is extremely refreshing right now. Well, if you mainly play Rensport, this week is coming Wednesday. My daytime streams are going to be every single day for... Whoa, mama! Whoa, mama! Whoa, mama! That was an interesting one. might have screwed myself with the tire pressures here and the downforce. I just don't feel like I got the acceleration. I mean, my line's not the greatest, but... Oh, don't go over there. That's the grass. Why am I losing it right there? I don't know what that's about. I don't even know what's going on right now. I just don't have any control of this car right now. I kind of want to go back to a default setup because what I have going on here is not working out. The people who play sims that want it as realistic as possible are the people that want to go somewhere with sim racing in real life. They want this immersion. They want this... This car sucks right now. I'm just getting out of this race and I'll talk to chat. I don't know what's up with that car right now, but that's the setup I have in it is terrible. Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem is this. The biggest problem is that 99.999999999% of sim racers will never know what real is. Period. They will never drive any of the cars in these games, but they will be the first person to tell you what a real car should do, with zero experience. Nice drifty there, a Maskell, or AMA skill, but, yeah. Sim racing is taking very, very seriously. Here's the thing. I come from the real motorsports racing world, and I thought competition in real racing was pretty damn serious and toxic, and then I got into sim racing. Because, for one main big thing, it's safer. I don't got to worry about dying to go fast. I can just play. And I found that, so far, it's taken even more serious. I very much agree. It's like I was saying earlier. Everybody here in chat, including myself, if we got into a real race car, a GT3, an LMDH, an F1 car, a hypercar, well, hypercar is an LMDH. Point is, we got into any modern day race car, any one of us, we won't even get the tires worn. We will be so scared of that car, we will underdrive it so slowly that we can't even get the tires worn. And they will feel so fast to us. So because there's no fear in a video game, how do you make it realistic? You make it hard. You prevent people from wanting to push by making them think that they're going to crash. Looks like Ace crashed right there. That's what's going on there. That's why he's doing like the mid-track burnout. But the Stig, Ben Collins, was absolutely right. Big part of why I was so pumped on this game is because Ben Collins was saying the right things about sim racing. Why do you think Ben Collins is a great driver and sucks at sim racing? Because it's not realistic. And the amount of people that will defend iRacing's driving tell me that sim racing is never going to be realistic. Because you're ready to die on the hill that inaccurate things are accurate. Because you have no idea. There's a few people on YouTube that have a little bit of experience doing the real thing, and regardless of their biases, they'll say something, and that is just fundamental fact to the rest of the world. Good race, boys. I rage quit because my car sucked. Am I on X? No. God, no. I'm on nothing but Instagram and YouTube. I hate social media. I was on Facebook for a little while, but not as a social media. I was just more of a... Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What do I want to drive? Oh, I want to get in a GTO. Hold on. I don't want to save the changes. I want to change my vehicle. Oh, I got to change the car class. Son of a bitch. All right, hold on. Let's do Red Bull Ring. Confirm. I'm going to get in a GTO. Because I want to have some fun. So, fun fact. This is my opinion. I think, on the terms of realism, that the GTO class in PMR is one of the most realistic driving experiences I've in any racing game ever. But it's specifically this class of cars. Use the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get the knobs switched. Thanks for being here, Ace. Appreciate it. My shifter back to H pattern with a different shift knob. Gloves out. Drive. Going ABS 1, full disclosure. I'm cheating. But I don't care. I want to have fun. This ain't a ranked race. This is a fun race. Everybody chill. But this class of cars is one of the few classes of cars in video games that I've played where I fundamentally believe everything that's being put down in front of me. Ace Racing, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that, buddy. genuine, real experience. Why? When the car kicks sideways, I can drive it. Every car I've ever driven in my life, Pontiac GTO, aka the Holden Monaro for the real car people. Oh no. Get over here, go, go, go! Too soon, Junior. Definitely missed that braking zone, but was able to save that somehow. See right there? Kicked it out sideways, able to save the car. That's what you can do in a real car. They don't just crash when the ass comes out. You can drive them still. It's sloppy, it's not fast, but you can save the car. It is disgustingly easy to kick a car out sideways and have full control. Oh! Cole trickled it. You're good. You can keep going. It's fine. Keep going. Keep going. You're good. You're good. Appreciate the sportsmanship, though, AMA. And not get out of this dirt. Oh no! Down a fifth. Damn it. That's a corner cut for sure. Corner cut. GG's, boys. GG's. I did not feel like I had the fastest lap there. I feel like I was in fight or flight mode the whole time. AMA skill, I appreciate you being honorary. Even though I wasn't really holding you accountable for the hits. That's unfortunately just, that's a racing. But I appreciate you waiting. Yeah, GTOs are incredible. Like, the only other class are... Let's see, what games have GTOs in them? Race Room has GTOs. I think... Does AMS2 have GTOs? All I know... I mean, I know iRacing has the Audi. But it's... Neither of them are fun. Race Rooms, GTOs, they're okay. They're not bad. These are more fun still. They're harder to drive in Race Room. Like, too hard to drive. Where I'm like, But like this Mercury Cougar, I love this car. Because everything I'm doing with it, I believe is honest. Which one of those turns do you see where I was completely sideways, in the throttle, driving the car? Every other car in every other sim, as soon as that ass comes out, you're looping it, you're spinning around and crashing. There's nothing you can do about it. Munch, we're going to do your Daytona again. I forgot about that, by the way. So if you're going to stick around, that's what we going to do. But yeah, the GTOs, man, they're incredible. Titan, are you puffing stuff? By the way, I just want to try and correlate some of these names here. Because as you said, that was your first time in the Merc, and it's the only other guy in the Merc. But I do think the game should be harder with the assist set to authentic, because even as a tractor driver, I can play with most of the assist turned off and still set okay lap times. Yeah, I mean, that's actually been one of the conversations I've been trying to have with the devs is authentic should turn off the assist. For example, the downshift protection, setting it to authentic, I know some cars have it, but I think forced on should leave it on. Authentic should disable it. So you can accidentally downshift and force the car to essentially bin itself if you're too snappy with it, you know? But that's my opinion. I don't make the rules. I just play the game. Yeah, Nodmon ones, it's pretty much R3 race room, and I agree you have to use clutch, otherwise it's a clunky on there. Yeah, it's real weird. The cars just... the physics of the cars in this, from the GTOs, feel real. It's the only class that feels real. I've never driven a GT3, so I don't know. I've never driven a hypercar, so I don't know. But I have a lot of experience with the street car variants that have been built to the absolute gills to be comparable to GTOs, and that's how you can drive them. Third-gen Camaros, for example. They are incredible handling cars for their time. Put a good set of suspension in them, a nice roll cage to increase the overall chassis stiffness, a good motor, a good transmission, a good rear end, and a good set of wheels and tires. And those cars are monsters on a road course. And they're a dinosaur. But when they kick out sideways, you just drive them. You just feather the throttle, keeping them sideways, straighten them back out smoothly, and you go. Mercury Cougar does that. I wish I gotta write down some notes. But I do want to see if I can get the devs to add like another 100 horsepower to the third-gen Camaro in this. Because that would be my favorite go-to car in GTO. It just doesn't have enough balls. It's too slow. Oh no! It's our first crash of the evening, folks. There it is. Bummer. Alright. You know the drill. I'm a remake, you rejoin. If you're watching the stream and you're in the lobby and you want to get back in it, you gotta rejoin. First one of the evening. Oh, I know what I'm actually missing, too. I gotta turn use mods on. Close this. That seems to, not by much, but it does seem to, by turning the use of mods being allowed on, it does seem to mitigate some of the server crashes from a host standpoint. Anyway, folks, yeah, rejoin. Yeah, Daytona's been a problematic server track, I've noticed. Pretty consistently. I don't really know why. While you guys join up, I'm going to go grab myself a beverage. I'm going to get to it. Oh, we got Furry in here. Watch out, folks. Man's fast. I really need everybody in chat to pray to whoever it is that they pray to. That fiber install tomorrow goes smooth. Hey, we got Plague Doctor in here. Very nice, very nice. Seaberg, cooked it. Recognize a lot of these names. Nothing I like better in video games than seeing repeat names. You know? Cool to see. All right, if any of you guys want to go GT3, now's the time, because the clock's a-ticking. Come on in, Munch. Waiting on you. Am I yelling? I feel like I'm yelling. All on ready, Munch, if you... All right, you're good. You're in. He's in. We got him. But see, like, look at the lobbies. When people... Like, for example, this is why I like to do this at nighttime, or whenever, really. But to get a lobby like this going is because there's people that want to play, but they go to sign in and they see, oh, shit, no one's playing. Because the average sentiment is negative right now. But I do believe that whenever the patch comes out, whichever patch it is, that makes this, like, server bullshit go away, I really think the game's going to start picking up momentum and people are going to start playing it casually much more often. You're not going to need guys like me to get on the internet and post up a video or stream and get people into the race. You know, people will just be playing it. And there'll be that many more people playing it when I do stream, which more the merrier. I want to fill 32 car grids. I hope we didn't crash again. You crashed again. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what's causing this crash right now. There's someone, unfortunately, in the lobby that the game doesn't like right now. And I don't know who it is. I'm going to send a crash report to one of the devs. Let's switch track. I know. We'll go spa. Ugh. This is what I'm talking about, though. You get all the people in here, and then you lose all the momentum. Trust me, though. I can assure you the devs are sweating a lot harder on this than the people playing the game. So I'm going to send them the file that I need to send them to at least attempt to help. That's all I can do. Copy. Oh, let's get Discord over here. All right, sent it to the dev. All we can do. All we can do. That's what I'm saying, though. People can disagree all you want, but this is the #1 problem with the game right now. Pick your favorite individual problem. Game-breaking problems are always more important. However you think the AI performs, however you think the graphics look, however you think a certain car handles, all that stuff. Yes, is it important overall in the grand scheme of things? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Plague Doctor, let's check real quick. For the sake of this particular round, don't join. I'm just curious. I think you were the newest edition, that's why I say that. That's why, because typically what I'll do is I'll send the log to the dev and they'll find like a common denominator. We got Munch. Waiting on Seaberg. You get in here, Seaberg. Let me know. I'll hit the ready up. Get the ball rolling, see what happens. But yeah, it's hard to argue with this particular problem because it's so common. And it is genuinely game breaking. You know? It's a bummer. So I pretty much just confirmed that allowing mods does nothing. Let's just hope the next patch gets it right, man. For the sake of all the people that want to play it and don't want to get disconnects, let's just hope. Let's just hope. Yeah, we're good. We're not crashed. I hear the cars. So weird, man. So now I'm going to send this log. Well, when this race is over, I'm going to send the log to the dev. So basically, the dev is going to get a log where I got 2 crashes back to back, and then a log where it didn't crash. It's going the third log is going to show all of it. But what we're hoping to find when I do that is a common denominator that happened that caused the crash that wasn't there when the game didn't crash. And that's all we can do. Exactly, Eagles. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. So now, Plague Doctor, if you don't mind, the next time the lobby's open, please join. Because if it crashes, then I can point the finger at you. But unfortunately, it's not your fault. It's just something on your end that's in one of your files that disagrees with something that's in my file, and the whole server goes down in a blaze of glory. Yes, sir. Racing and bug hunting. It's more effective than rage bait, I'll say that. Goddamn all-wheel drive cars. Oof. I gotta work on getting that car through the Eau Rouge. Oh my. Also, somehow I didn't get a penalty for that. I'm gonna slow down a little bit, Trapper, because that was, I should at least get a warning. Alright, back in it. I would like to figure out I have not played at all with the setup of this car yet, and I feel like I could definitely get some speed out of it, but I enjoy it too much. That's the problem. I'm just kidding, Plague Doctor. I genuinely want you to come in and see if that's the problem or not. If the next patch fixes this bullshit, we're gonna be in a good place. I'm very, very confident of that. It's my number one reason to not play this game. Number one reason. The racing is incredible. But the game-breaking crashes are not so incredible. Drifted out. Oh, wrong gear, wrong gear. This car is not easy to drive on this track. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. Brakes, third. All right. That's slow as hell, but it's at least legal. Let's work on that. Oh! Oh, shit. All right, stay in fourth. Just slow down. This will go third. Go, baby, go. Need a little nitrous button on this car for the straights. Jesus. Almost got to go in a second gear right there. I lost so much time on that turn. Ugh, terrible. That was our best one so far. Trapper gonna get me? We'll see. There's a couple turns here where he put some good time on me that I haven't figured out yet. This next turn here is like, I don't know what to do on this turn for this car. Let's go in a second. Worked out better than last time, but he still closed the gap in that turn. Every lap. Ba-doom. All right, let's go, horsepower. Stay away from the Audi. Getting closer. All right, Trapper, last lap. All or nothing. It's a race. Woo-hoo-hoo. Mama. We almost lost it all right there. But luckily the GTOs drive like real cars, so you can save them in a slide. I'm convinced Ben Collins was like hawking someone when these cars were being made. Because these cars don't get made like this without someone who drives cars right behind the programmer. Here we go. Last few turns. If you're gonna make a move, now's the time. No pressure. GG. Whew. Good racing, good racing. Trapper keeping me on my toes. Furry right there too. Furry's in an objectively slower car. And he's right there with us lap time wise. I will say, as much as I don't drive Spa often, I have my best races on Spa. One more lap, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Hey, technically, Trapper was in front of me going into turn one. Technically, I was in second place, and then I passed him, and I never saw him again. Yeah, there were definitely a few corners there where, like, no matter what, you ran me down at least a half second. And I just, no matter how hard I tried, could not get the car through the corners. The little chicanes at the very end, and then the hairpin after the starting line, I seem to have to put time on you every time. It seemed like the Eau Rouge would go either way, depending on who had a better one. But a couple of those S-curves there, I just could not get this car through the turns with any level of speed. I'd have to be going through them in second gear, putting the car on the limiter and engine braking it because it would just plow off the track. All right, let's see. So, Plague Doctor, if you're still here, please join up now. I want to see if you can, if you are the... Let's do Donington one more time. I love Donington. And we're going to do 7 laps on Donington, though. But yeah, I mean, I know I just ranted about it there, but there was a couple turns there where I just about lost it. But because I was able to drive the car when it goes past the limit, which is like really specific to the GTO cars, I was able to not crash and drive the car. And that's realistic. That is realistic in sim racing. Being able to drive a car past the limit. How many sims the second you start to get loose, it's over. You crash. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, I gotta send the log. Alright, Plague Doctor's in. So, I'm gonna ready it up. Let's see if we crash. So I'm looking at everybody else in here. We had Trapper. We had Benito. We had Old Man Kenobi. We had Puff and Stuff, although I believe he did crash. But the point is that they were in the lobby. We're trying to see what causes the host to crash. That's the primary bug that I'm really trying to hunt for here, is when I crash. Because obviously all of these bugs with crashing are somewhat intertwined, but there is a very specific scenario that crashes the host. Exactly, Trapper. The Audi, I think, is the only car in the class that just drives very different, but it's also the only one that's all-wheel drive, too, so. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. We're good. All right, so it's not Plague Doctor. Plague Doctor, you are not the weakest link. I bet you I know which one's the guy in New Zealand right now. Doing the shaky shake. The fact that I can stick with that Audi out of the hole. Oh boy. It could be a big part of it is the track. Daytona could be problematic. And that's why maybe the Spark Challenge has been so bad. Oh, come on. That was bullshit. You know it. Nose is so damn itchy. Oh, shit. All that driving for that. All right, come here, furry. Oh, Jesus. Furry needs to make a mistake. Like a crucial mistake. He's too good for me to beat him authentically. Or I need to make a mistake. One or the other. Alright. Let's go get Trapper. Although I don't think these guys are probably too good for me to run down a big deficit. But we'll see. I gotta pull myself together right now. Oh my God, I'm a mess now. I'm falling apart. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Not our race. We fell apart. We forgot how to drive halfway into the race. Pressure got to us. The problem is, it doesn't, if it's your lobby and you don't do it, I mean, I can add a qualifier and just not qualify. Which I guess I can do that for the next race, technically. But, dude, what? I think it's because my tires are getting kind of cooked. Thank you, Martyr. Or Marty, sorry. Jesus! My tires just must be getting gooey because, I am losing grip like a son of a bitch. Yeah, I need a break. It's not working out for me there, boys. Once you come apart, you come apart. Best to sometimes just rage quit. Even though there's not a lot of rage there, just to quit, but... sometimes you just can't mentally recover and get back in the race, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse. Real life is a simcade. I do have to say, though, in general, it really is kind of low-key, slightly comedy. The amount of people that argue about which pixels on a screen is the most realistic pixels on a screen. It's interesting. Until a game makes me scared of going into a turn too fast, like physically finds a way to make me fear driving near the limit, none of these things are ever going to feel realistic. You'll have certain aspects that resemble reality, but missing fear is just a massive... how do you do it, you know? I feel like you need VR, you need motion, and maybe even like hallucinogens. Because at the end of the day, even if you get in a motion sim with VR and everything is dialed and perfect and just doing the best it can to simulate a race or a car, you know it's not real, no matter what. So in the back of your mind, you're never really going to be scared. All right. Let's do something where I can start in the back and maybe do some chasing. I agree with that notion. It's definitely more entertaining. Solo laps can be a little, you know, meh. Oh, look at the lap times though between Furry, Trapper, and me there. We're all within 1/10 of a second. Solid job, folks. All right, let's see. Let's see. What's a good track to attempt to chase on? I think the only track that I could do that on, honestly, is Nordschleife. I don't think I'm good enough on any other track to confidently chase at my own pace and not make mistakes. I feel like that's the only one I have a chance at it. So, that's what it's going to be. But I'm going to have to choose a different car, unfortunately. Maybe we'll do Group C. So let's confirm. Oh, no, not that. Now it's 7 laps. Do this. Nice job, Plague Doctor. Yeah, I like that track. It's a fun little sprint track. All right, let's do this. This is going to be a bit of a grinder. Now, I'm going to sit in the back. I'm not going to qualify. I'm just going to drive the car. Hopefully, it works correctly and doesn't put me in the front anyway. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But, let me change my color, though. I like the OG the best, but let's mix it up a little bit. So in all of sim racing, let me ask you guys, what's the next thing you're looking forward to? A patch for this, a different game, a patch for a different game, a certain event? What's some things you're looking forward to in sim racing in general? Also, I have no videos in the docket this week, and not for nothing, I don't even know what I want to do. It's weird. I get so much more viewership on live streams than I do on videos, to the point where, like, it makes me just not want to waste my time making videos and just do the stream. But I don't know. You know? You're really supposed to make videos on YouTube, and I do like making videos. I just don't like making videos and then not getting clicked on and being punished by the YouTube algorithm. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. By the way, can anybody guess what the thumbnail is? The picture? The new Toyota GT3 and LMU. Let's see what my tires are at. All I want to do is play with my tire pressure here. Where we're at 22 to 23. Let's see how this feels. Alright, I've seen what I need to see. Seen what I need to see. So I'm letting these guys qualify. I'm gonna try and hunt them down. Oh, that is illegal, sir. So for anybody tuning in, I'm letting these guys run a qualifying lap. I'm letting these guys run a qualifying lap. That's not how you do it, Trapper. I'm not going to qualify, and I'm going to chase them through the Nordschleife. And it's going to be a 2-lap sprint. All Group C. Oh, I know what I want to do. There is something I do want to check. I do want to try and do this authentically. Vehicle setup. Where are we at? Brake pressure. Let's do 75. Back, drive. Let's see if we can get the thing to use the brakes a little bit. Oh, my tires are... See what happened, though? The tires are reset. Vehicle setup. Tire and chassis. Bump. 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 Back in the car. Alright, our tires are just dropped 6 PSI. Oh, and then we're on this, though. Oh! Alright, we gotta lift a little harder right there. Another cold trickle. Those are always welcome. All right, we're good. Let's save that setup. Hold on. I like it. I like it. So tires, 20 PSI, max rear downforce. Brake pressure, 75%. Let's do this by default. We'll leave ABS on 1 as the default setup, and then I'll just dial it. Save setup, EJR, Nords. Confirm. Oh! I was gonna say, that's me. It's clearly not me. That's me. Benito Mussolini likes that Sauber. What I'm looking forward to is May, for sure, the Sim Expo. That's something I'm really looking forward to. Going there, checking out. I'm going to be spending some time in motion, that's for sure. Anybody here watching live in the States and plan on going to the Sim Expo in Charlotte, North Carolina in May? I cannot wait for that. Oh! Mussolini overshot it for the overtake. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Right back in it, though. This is entertaining, not gonna lie. Counts for absolutely nothing. Uh-oh. I think we lost Mussolini. Oh, Trapper. Yeah, Nordschleife is the hardest but the best track on the planet. And there is not a soul on the planet that's going to convince me otherwise. There is no track. Look at that. That's such a badass view. Helicopter or drone. That's more like, oh, Trapper. It's not Need for Speed, sir. You can't wall ride. Yeah, I run max downforce for this. I sacrifice the speed. Even though there's some good straights, you want the downforce more for the turns. You really do. I actually removed all the downforce on the 787B last night to see what it would do on Daytona. It's a ballistic missile. It's crazy. There's so much I mean, the car was undrivable. It was arguably slow. But in the straights, I was doing almost 210 miles an hour on Daytona. I was driving around Saubers that were defaults. It's kind of crazy. Waiting on you, Trapper. You're the only one in play right now. Yep, only guy. Trapper's taking this seriously. He ain't messing around. All right, here we go. It's race time. So exciting. Nah, you're good, Trapper. You're good. You only had a couple minutes anyway. All right, Trapper and Furry, you guys got pole. In fact, I'm going to give you all the hit. I'm going to give everybody the head start, even the guys behind me, and I'm going to try and chase them down, one turn at a time. This is probably going to go really badly for me. I would easily be winning this if I was in the orange and green 787B, but I'm not. So, let me just pull off to the side. Go on around. All right, here we go. Might have been a mistake to let the GT3 in front. Oh, never mind. All right, back to it. Don't you start with me. All right. Game on. Oh, I thought I cleared it. I could have swore that was cleared, but oh well. Sorry for the bump. I believe that was Mr. Mussolini that I hit. Oh, come on. Can't be making those mistakes, Evan. That just put me way too far out now. I make mistakes chasing that I will never make with no one in front of me. It's like I have a goal, so I know I'm going to screw the goal up. Let's just keep on fighting. We're chopping them down 1 second at a time. Just can't make the mistakes. Fuck! Alright, that race is over. I'm telling you, I can't chase. It's a genetic defect in my brain. If I know I have to hunt someone down, I just can't. I'm gonna keep crashing behind them. Cars that I can drive down this track without crashing ever, I'll crash 57 times trying to chase someone down. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my brain. Folding under pressure. Also, I'm one of the few people that like these cars better before the update. I liked them when they were harder to drive. Alright, let's at least go play with... What a waste. Not my night, boys. It's not my night. Guess I'll watch the race, because I suck. That's where I'm at right now. Not being good at the game. This delivery's never gonna show up. Oh dear. I drove like shit. I'm actually kind of bummed out right now how bad I just drove that car. These used to be my cars, and now I can't drive them. I will say, though, I don't know if it's my age, if it's my effort, or what, But I feel like I don't get better at this stuff anymore. I'm pretty stagnant, like, skill set-wise, and that's it. That's what I do. Sometimes I show up, sometimes I don't. But overall, skill set-wise, I feel like I'm pretty much the same over and over, you know? I don't know. I'm normally a bit more put together. That was getting to the point where, like, the mistakes I was making was, like, entry-level mistakes that I just don't... I can drive this car having a conversation down the Nordschleife, and for some reason I just couldn't get it figured out. I think I jinxed myself. All right, what should we do for the next race? It's because I wasn't using the OG orange and green. That's why. That's the real reason. Trapper, you are a victim of my spectate cam. Oop, don't mess it up, Josh. Don't mess it up. No! Mama! I got an idea. We're going to run it back. We're going to do the exact same race. But my brain has been driving LMDHs so much, I think that's part of the problems. So, we're going to drive LMDHs. Y'all are going to hate your lives. I'm going to hate my life with you. But it's what we're going to do. We're going to run it back in the Nordschleife. And there's no point in doing the whole qualifying session if I just let y'all go anyway. So, everyone's going to pass me. And we're going to try this again. Alright, this time I'm going to need you all to say a prayer for me because, I need a win. I need an honest win. 225 down the back straight. It's pretty good. Also, how are you doing it? How are you sending that message to me while driving that car? All right, waiting on you, Plague Doctor. I'm gonna use the bathroom quick. Alrighty. Time to run it back, boys. Except we're getting in a really unfun car for some people. All right, here we go. This is what we're going to do. Edit settings. Looks good. All right. You won't. I don't think you're going to hate them for long, Josh. I'll say that. I think that I want to say they are one of the next cars on the chopping block for making them not suck. You getting in here, Seaberg? Are you going to wait? You don't want anything to do with this race? All right. Okay. All right. Now, LMDH is one of the classes that I really want to start kind of taking seriously. Like, I don't really care much about GT3, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's an important class to really have dialed in because it's so popular. But I really don't care much about it, if I'm being honest with you. LMDH is a lot cooler to me. I think some of the classes that are coming to PMR that aren't out yet in the DLCs are going to be really fun, especially if they get them right. The GT500s potentially could be friggin' awesome. They could drop the ball and they could suck too. But if they nail the GT500s, I think that's going to be a car that everybody wants to play in this. Imagine if they do the GTR GT500 better than Gran Turismo. Oof. Woof. That's going to be a tall order, though. That's actually the only car in Gran Turismo that I really like racing. All right, boys, you know the drill. All right, boys, you know the drill. I'm giving you the hit. I'm pulling over, letting you all pass, and I'm going to try and run you down. Let's see if I can do this. Stay out of my own head. That's the biggest thing. Oh, you just put them on the limiter and leave them in neutral and then slap them into gear. They're clearly problematic on the start. They shouldn't be like this. The clutches don't work or anything like that. Those are some good-looking graphics, I'm not gonna lie. I can't wait for the... Oh, no! Trapper! Well, you got a head start. Alright, guys, take off. That's one. It's all good, Plague Doctor. Alright, Furry, it's me and you. No! No! Oh boy! Oh boy! Gotta pick the right time to downshift these cars, and that was not it. Now let's make it interesting. For that internet connection. What happened? Why'd he back off? Playing it safe, I see. All right, let's go, Furry. We got one lap to go. Oh my god. Oh my god, the internet. Oh, we lost Furry. He didn't make it to the turn. I hear him. Up, up, up. We got a couple. Did it again. Gotta be careful, that 2-3 shift at too high an RPM. Whoop. Thank you. Alrighty. GG's, boys. GG's. I'm glad we ran that back. Give me a little bit of sleep ability tonight. Good job. Thanks for being here, Plague Doctor. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, you can tell that I've been spending a lot of time in those. I still make mistakes in them because the cars are problematic and my natural instinct is to downshift. That's what gets me, is the down. I downshift too much to engine brake. And there's like a certain window of high RPM that when you hit it and you downshift into it, it snaps the rear out. Alright, so let's mix it up for the guys that don't want to do LMDH. Seaberg, what do you want to do? I know you were waiting. Guys want to do GT3s? Keep it nice and simple for the rest of the night? I only got a couple more in me, so. Here we go. Here we go. 5-minute quali, just to get you guys a poll. And it's already 2:30. We've been going. I will not be streaming late, even though technically 2:30 is late. Well, this is all we're getting. This is all we're going to do. Let's get her on. I'm not good at all in GT3, so I'd be lucky if I could run a 210. So either way, you faster. Solid viewership, folks. I appreciate it very, very much. It's much appreciated. So I think tomorrow I'm going to release the video that I just recorded that race. I think I'm going to make that a video. I'm going to upload it. And part of me wants to test the waters with clickbait. And by that I mean, I'm not going to lie, but I want to say something like, I fixed the LMDH in Project Motor Racing. Or just, I fixed the LMDH and it'd be a Project Motor Racing symbol. Because, I mean, I kind of did. I made it work way better than its default form, and I'm using that to give feedback to the devs on what I changed, so they kind of implement it into the default setup, but implement it in a way that's better. You shouldn't have to flatten the tires to get it to get grip. So I'm trying to get them to give it more grip at a higher PSI, or bar, if you're out of country. I'm gonna run the default setup. Screw it. Screw it. But I kind of want to test the waters on it. I mean, it's clickbaity, but it's not like lying clickbait. It's like a half-truth. So I'm just curious. I just want to see how the algorithm and the clicking works. Because when I put up an honest thumbnail, it doesn't get clicked on. It's also aggravating because I don't understand the YouTube algorithm at all. As you can see, I have over 25,000 subs on this channel. And if I put up a video, YouTube literally tells me that it only sent the video, it only advertised the video to like 100 people. It's like, what's the point of being a subscriber to a YouTube channel if you don't get notified automatically of that person's content? It's, yes, Plague Doctor, I do. It's in the description below. See the Simagic affiliate link, and then below that is the Discord. And you have to apply to get in, which you'll get in. It's just to keep, I have an application set up just to kind of keep bots out. And fake account type shit. Oh, whoa! Looks like he lost the tail end of that Porsche. I'll add you in a sec. Oh, Jesus. I drifted wide there. I didn't think I was gonna. So is the time to, like, get to, like, the benchmark for this 201? I'll try an honest lap out right now, but I know it's not going to be very good. I'm extremely average on this track. Oh, hello. So slidey. That was close. I already wrote that turn off like I was hitting that wall, and I didn't hit it. Let me guess. That's... Oh, no further action. All right. What did I say? 210 and a 209. Garbage. Garbage. Wicked garbage. All right, let me let you in the Discord now. Well, Discord's over here. All right, here we go. So what we're going to do, watch. Where am I at here? Members. There he is, Plague Doctor. Come on in. You're approved. Y'all gave me pole. I'm gonna leave TC on for the launch, and then I'm gonna immediately drop it. Oh, sorry, Trapper got pole. Never mind. Damn Trapper. Quiet back there. Only Mustangs can rev. The Mustang thing. What the hell's going on here? Someone's hanging or not getting in the car. Someone's taking a piss break. That being said, though, this is definitely going to be my last race looking at the time. Thanks for being here, Wellesley. I appreciate it. Whoop. Whoa, whoa, yeah, I lost. What? All right. You serious? If there's nobody behind me, this is going to be a really boring race. I'm just sliding like crazy right now. This is wild. Screw it. I'm watching them. This is pointless. I'm not good. They're both better than me on this track, and I already screwed it up, so let's watch for the last race, and then I'm done. That was an, like, egregiously aggressive bounce off that wall. Like, I slightly disagree at the massive incursion that thing cost me. But, uh-oh. What's going on here? What is this, a solo lap now? Track temps are bugged or something? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on. We're not, I had, like, no grip. Oh, Trapper's Dunsky. Looks like it's just you on the track there, Mr. Mussolini. We can try running it back quick, and I can set it to, like, look at that, yeah. Yeah, let's wrap this one up. Everyone DQ'd, that's funny. I mean, we DQ'd as well. Yeah, I'll bump it up to hot temperature. Maybe that, and we can run it back on this track. We won't do the qualifier. I don't care enough. I'll bump the track temp up. See if that fixes it. Get us out of winter. Let's go to summer. Save. Oh, hold on. Oh, son of a. All right, let's go summer. Save. Oh, I gotta go back here. Turn off this. Confirm. Save. All right. Hopefully we have better luck this time. Yeah, well, see, if you're a fan of this game and you don't find me too annoying, I'm just saying the subscribe button's right below. Maybe even a thumbs up. Just saying. I'm just saying. Not twisting your arm. Not twisting your arm. They don't call it Bloodbathers for nothing. That, I will say, that was extra slick. I don't really know what that was about. I think I'm actually going to lower my tire temps, too. Or pressures. It's going to hurt me in the straights, but it is what it is. Already sub? Well, awesome. Nine and a half out of 10 will recommend. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Plague Doctor, hopefully I will see you in Ren Wednesday during the day. Have a good one. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's try this quick. Tires and chassis. Bump the tires up and down quick to lower the tire pressure to what it should be. Yeah, I'm down to 25 pounds now, though. I was at 32 in the last race. So, we should have better grip, though. Yeah. There's a lot of things that PMR does justice that it's getting shaded for. But, yeah. I don't know how big the player base will be, but I do see a promising future eventually with this game. But either way, through the problems, having some fun. Let's see how grip now compares. Well, that wasn't the line trapper. Yeah, grip's a lot better now. I don't know if it's the tires or the track temp or a combo of both, but I do know that in this game, tire pressure is, like, ridiculous when it comes to grip. More so than compound or temperature. Oof. Yeah, I have the feeling they'll probably do the Spark Challenge again since it's been so problematic. But as much as I would love for them to keep doing challenges like that and farming that stuff out because it motivates people to play, they have to fix the connectivity issues first before they put any more events out there. I like the idea events. That's a great way of generating, a player base to want to play your game, putting a prize at the end of the win. But even if it is just a model car, it's a prize, you know? I like the idea a lot, but you can't torture people with disconnects, you know? Alright, Mussolini, I'm going to wait for you a little bit. I don't feel like doing 5 solo laps here. I'm sure I'll make a mistake at some point, but I'd rather make it a little more interesting, so... Go on. I didn't... Oh, that's what I get for following his line. I did the exact same thing he did, except it punished me way harder. Oh, man. I can't even pick up any slip. So I have to ask, what does everybody think of ACC's GT3 grip by comparison to this game's grip? Which do you like better? Not the force feedback or any of that stuff, but just the grip of the cars and how the cars handle through the grip. Which do you like better, ACC or PMR? And be honest. An experiment, no TC. PMR? Jesus. See, like, it's weird. I've lost so much grip with TC off, and I'm not on the throttle. Like, I cannot stop this car from sliding back and forth without TC. I don't like the way that feels, objectively. Yeah, I'm out. That's it for me. Like, I don't know what it is about the way the GT3s handle right now, but I don't really enjoy the slippy slide. It reminds me of AMS2. And for what it's worth, it bothers the shit out of me in AMS2. Like, the slidiness doesn't feel authentic, though. That's the point I'm trying to make here is it doesn't feel like it's, like, grip loss. It feels like I'm just sliding. But I have control, but the slide... I don't know if it's an animation, but it doesn't feel swell. I'll say that. Oh, shit! Oh! Maybe I should have stayed in the race, huh? That's fine. I'm happy to watch. I enjoy watching just as much as the next guy. Yeah, that is a default car, I'll say that. That Mustang I was just driving was delivery stock, outside of bumping the tire pressure, so it reduced them a little bit. But, yeah, the car, they get a little too slidey, and it's just, I don't like the feeling. Well, the reason I bring it up is because I actually prefer the lack of slidiness in ACC. I think ACC does a better job of duplicating tire grip than this. At least the way it presents it to you. I like the racing and overall driving experience better in this, but the way the tires grip and it's less slidey, I like that better. Maybe they'll change it. We'll see. But yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that. That's like can I just go? Without any setup, I find most cars woolly and bouncy, lack clarity in that feeling. Yeah, and that's a big part of it too, is I think right now the devs are leaving too much off the table on default setups, and they're leaving it in the setup, which I personally think is a mistake. I think the default setups need to be a little bit more aggressive and a little more dialed in, so the cars work better and they're more balanced. And then you set the cars up per track. You know what I'm saying? So like you get your test car, the default car is a car that is generally balanced for the game, and the car does a great job. But if instead they say you go race on Daytona, you got to pull some downforce out of it. You got to get it to steamroll a little bit stronger in a straight line. You get on the Nordschleifer, you need maximum downforce and a little bit raised suspension to handle the curbs a little bit better, stuff like that. You tune the car for the scenario you're racing it in. But the stock setup is a very, very strong balance setup. That's, in my opinion, where every default car needs to be, and you only dial them in for the track and maybe your driving tweaks. That's about it. But you don't just dial them in, and the cars, like someone's random setup is way faster than a default one on all tracks. That shouldn't be the case. So I think that the default setups need to be a little bit more polished, because that right there, it wasn't even like the fact that the way the car was driving around made me want to just get out of the car and watch. It was annoying, essentially, you know? So yes, you can dial a lot of that out, but I think a lot of it should be dialed out from the start. Anyway, folks, that is it for me. So I appreciate everybody being here. Let me just get out of this lobby quick, and I'll say my goodbyes. But overall, guys, GG's. Hell of a night streaming. Hell of a night racing. This is why I do this shit, because I have fun. And I hope that me being here and doing this allows you guys to have fun as well. That maybe you wouldn't be able to, or it would be harder to do if I wasn't doing this. Maybe I'm completely full of shit and I'm a narcissistic psychopath. I don't know. Either way. Anyway. You too, Wellesley, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Josh, thank you for being here. Trapper, thank you for being here. 225 Racing, and so on and so forth. Everybody who's played, I appreciate it. It's been a good night, and another successful night, in my opinion, of streaming. We had a couple of those little bugs here and there, but persistency pulled through, and we got past it, and we had some fun. So, anyway, folks, thanks for being here. And nothing tomorrow. Remember that. Tuesday, as a reminder, Rensport. Or sorry, Wednesday, as a reminder, Rensport. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be taking part in the Creator Series, where they have created their own little mini roadmap. It's going to be multi-class LMDH and GT3 cars only. Nothing else, just those two classes of cars. And it's going to be 3 tracks on rotation. It's going to be Nordschleife, because duh. It's going to be Monza, because it's popular. I don't really care for Monza, but I figured throw it in the rotation, freshen it up for people. And, of course, Daytona. Those 3 tracks on rotation. It's going to be running for a week straight. Whether I'm streaming or not, it's going to be going. I'm not the one hosting it, but it's going to have my name on it, and I'm going to be competing in it during my streams. And they're all ranked races, and it's a good opportunity to have some good fun in Rennsport, because this is my opinion is where Rennsport shines, is the online ranked play. So anyway, folks, that starts Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you guys there, and if not, I'll see you at nighttime for some more open lobbies. Take care. Be safe.